Hey, cutscenes. That was probably the level 0 glitch. The US version of this game has a lot of glitches in it, and one that's fairly easy to accidentally do involves going to the sound menu and then just doing some inputs that break the game. That's the main glitch that's banned in No Major Glitches speedruns of Lufia II. Because you can use that to warp to the credits in under 1 minute. Hey, Slides, thank you. Yep, I died to the catfish. Starting again. Correct, alone. This is completely unmanipulated, including that catfish gem. If you ever play this again, I highly recommend using a patch from romhacking.net called Fru Lufia, which, in addition to fixing all major glitches in the game, also retranslates the text to be better English. I used that for my last casual play and enjoyed it a lot. Naturally. Another way to play this game, mostly glitch-free, too, is to play the European PAL version. But I would recommend doing the Fru Lufia patch on the US version instead, if you're comfortable with doing ROM patching. That would be a slightly better experience overall because of the retranslation. I also don't know for sure if the PAL version fixed all glitches or just the really big ones, like the sound menu glitch. Like one in particular I'm thinking of is a glitch that affects the ancient cave, as far as that once you're past the 10th floor, there's a lot of types of equipment that you can no longer find in red chests, which is due to a glitch that the Fru Lufia patch fixes. That makes the ancient cave a fair bit easier. // look. Yeah, past couple weeks it's worked out to get earlier starts to the stream. That's one of my general goals for 2023 is to at least once a month, if not more often, do a daytime stream. Especially while I'm running this game too. Just this game is a decent fan base in Europe. My normal streaming time is it's pretty late at night. Yeah, I guess this is still going to end at a fairly late time thanks to having to reset multiple times, but I guess the first half will be pre-midnight in Europe. For anyone curious, it's about 2 p.m. where I live. Moral of the story, though, time zones are evil and should get banned. Yeah, I know that was one of the reasons why the Lufia II community made this category, was to make something that's more accessible for newer runners. I know a pretty big issue with doing manips is that you can't save, because the RNG seed is partially based on what save files you have on your cartridge, and then the general manip is done with no save files at all, so that you can just do it from a fresh copy of the game. Yeah, there is a 100% category for this. It's pretty long, though. I think the community definition of 100% is getting all chests in the game, which are actually tracked by in your final stats after you finish. I think getting all capsule monsters and evolving them. I think beating the egg dragon is part of it. Which is the super boss. It's a long enough run that I am pretty unlikely to ever actually do it myself, but certainly neat that work has been put into making an optimized route for it, in particular with trying to optimize getting to the egg dragon. That requires getting dragon eggs that get randomly distributed among open chests. I know there's a bunch of routing behind trying to open as few chests as possible to minimize the number of do a quick sword. Just one. Spider first to make sure I don't get poisoned. I mean, in general, I'm a firm believer in just running games with rule sets that kind of get me what I'm looking for out of doing the run, even if there's no leaderboard or it's not something anybody else has ever done. It does work out nicely for this game, though, that there is a community rule set that kind of that lines up with what I wanted to do with the game. Hey, Brazilian guy, come in. Kind of like to at least play more of this amazing video game besides the first half hour. Much to ask. At 200. I need to pay attention to how much damage my boomerangs do. I get the Catfish Jewel, which I'm immediately going to be throwing away for the manipulation rule set. For anyone that wasn't here earlier when I was explaining it, one of the rules for the no manipulation rule set for this game is that if you get a drop from a boss, you either need to throw it away or just pretend that it doesn't exist. The reason for that is to prevent you from having to reset until you luck into getting that drop I just got, which is like a 10% drop or something. If you actually used it, it would save a lot of time, both from its IP ability on the next boss, and then also selling for a large amount of money. But yeah, the catfish has 200 HP, and your boomerangs do under normal circumstances, between 47 and 52 damage, so basically need to pay attention to how above or below 50 it is, because like for that fight I knew I was totally safe killing it with my 4th boomerang, but if I'd have gotten lower rolls it would have taken an extra normal sword attack to kill it, and I would have had to make sure I wasn't at risk of dying to Mega Quake afterwards. I mean, the strat kind of accepts a bit of risk of dying to Flash if the Catfish casts it, but that's a fairly low odds move. Yeah, Flash can do like 40 damage or so, which is generally going to kill you unless you're maxed out. And it's not really feasible to like constantly stay healthy enough to never be at risk of dying to Flash, or specifically to a high damage roll on Flash, so it's just kind of an accepted risk. In a no reset situation, I would absolutely safety save before the Catfish in case of that happening. My PB at this point is good enough that I really can't afford to lose like 2 to 3 minutes. Like 13 minutes in, though, if we're wiping to the Catfish. I still haven't really decided if, after getting a PB that I'm happy with at no manipulation, if I ever want to actually learn some manipulation. We'll figure that out later. I don't have the Eagle Rock, that means Tia is always going first now. But it's a little off-putting to have the Eagle Rock kind of interfere with muscle memory. But I don't still have the chop board because I died, so I guess we'll never know if having a chop board would make a difference against Regal Goblin. Yeah, this game is very, very ahead of its time in a lot of ways. Old as it is. Like, in particular, having a built-in randomizer ancient cave. But there's other things too, like having a super boss. Like not a lot of SNES RPGs had super bosses. The menuing system, like with selective multi-targeting, is pretty groundbreaking too. This nice big group here should help get level 8 faster. I'd still have to do a fight in the next. ADF. This is a full game run. The more popular way people speedrun this game is doing the ancient cave, but this is the full game, not including the ancient cave. It's definitely not going to gain time here, just because I got a lot of small groups of enemies and I had to do 2 extra fights for level 8. The kobold room. Yeah, I absolutely understand why the cave is more popular to speedrun. It's shorter, there's no cutscenes or other downtime, and because it's a randomizer, it's got a lot more replayability. But I really like the full game run, in particular because it has boss fights, which the cave doesn't. I enjoyed casually playing the cave, and I like watching other people do runs of it, but I'd say it's kind of unlikely at this point that I'm ever gonna do like serious speed runs of the ancient cave myself. I leave that to the professionals. I guess, yeah, and another thing the cave has that the full game doesn't is capsule monsters, because it doesn't really, you don't really ever use any capsule monsters in main game speedruns unless it's like a charity event or something that you do. Picking up capsule monsters is a good war for or something. Pretty important if you run the cave. I feel like this is one of the last chests I found in my last casual play too. Both this and then there's some hidden chests and kind of closer to the start of this dungeon too that are pretty hard to find casually. Like a map or something. Hidden treasure chest, though, is something I do like seeing in RPGs like this, though. Give you some reward for thinking outside the box and you go through the dungeons. Regal Goblin Mark II, let's go. Already better than the last fight because I got him to sleep on the first turn. Still asleep. The game doesn't always tell you when enemies wake up, so a tell is to look at their idle animation, because a sleeping enemy just bobs straight up and down, and an awake one will also move left and right. Well, we had a promising start, but not really going good places right now. I get another shot at sleep, though. Anytime Tia takes damage, I have to heal her, or she's at risk of dying on the next turn. Maxim's tankier and can handle a bit, though. BT, let's look. Hey, Retro Gamers. Attempt number 3 tonight, so hopefully, yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely not going to start over again, even if I die to something silly. Alright, well, that was a markedly better Regal Goblin than the last run. Well, the first run, the one that died in 10 Bell Tower. I'm already, even despite... I mean, even with getting the early Eagle Rock in that run, I'm pretty sure I was on a slower pace because of having to pick up the Power Brace after Regal Goblin. Yes, I skipped that chest because the trigger for progressing the story and getting through that shrine is to have defeated Regal Goblin. You don't actually have to have the key. It's an oversight in how the story progression in the game is programmed. And it's sadly the only real oversight like that, at least in this version of the game. In the Japanese version, you can skip picking up one of the girls before the sealed towers near the end of the game. Enough money here for Nope. Could have skipped on high potions, but nah. Having one high potion for Camus would could potentially be a problem. I guess in a true no reset run, I would save here in case something bad happens before Camus, but I'm not gonna do that. If Tia dies again, I'll just bail out and that's her. Punched out the goblin like a pro. Hey, sure can blue. Been alright, hope you've been as well. Didn't have to mess with the crab at least. Yeah. Well, it's called RNG that's not being manipulated. Make a pretty big difference, especially in the first hour and a half or so of the run. that bunk. Because I'm absolutely not going to start over again, we'll eat the time loss here to get a camera safety save. If the first run of the day had gotten this far, I'd probably have skipped that save. You mean to Tia, dude. Well, I mean, this is good luck for not having to heal a lot, but it's not really good luck for doing damage, just because Maxim isn't getting IP. Plus a good boomerang to kill the demon. And yeah, Call Companions is kind of sort of a free turn, but it makes me have to use resources that I don't have like a huge supply of is the problem. The fact that I'm using the Gale strategy helps with that, because I only need one boomerang to kill goons instead of two, but I will, if he spams it over and over again, I'll eventually run out. Gold! Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hard to really complain too much about that fight. And he could have gone faster if he'd have done more buster attacks or punched Maxim so that he could do more Thunder Blasts, but never actually put anybody to sleep, and didn't do anything like really trolly either. Yeah, I guess Sleep Stinger that doesn't inflict sleep is probably the best possible thing he can do. Along with punching somebody that's, or I guess more specifically punching Guy if he's got high health, because then you don't necessarily have to heal him. There's Iris saying peekaboo. I like that emote. Yeah, it's thanks to our party being too eager to get out of that tower that we have to make about a 2.5 minute trip back up there for getting the Fire Jagger and Pearl Bruce. That was a gold with safety saving too, which probably costs about somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds. Definitely more time to be saved there. The second trip up the tower is more or less the same, except that I don't have to get the key second time, and I don't have to get the jute helm the second time, but unfortunately all of the switches I have to press again. Oh, I have no doubt that skipping the fire dagger has been experimented with. Especially for manipulated runs. I honestly don't know if the current manipulated route does this, or if it uses different strats for the Tarantula that don't require the fire dagger. I know at least as of 2015, when Feral Pigman ran this for Limit Break, he was using manipulation and did get the fire dagger. Hey, Zypher, let's look. Flaking on whether I really need to do that or not. If I'm intending to save before Tarantula, there's healing tiles there too. I was trying to turn in place to stun that, but didn't press L hard enough. Oh, you're finally done with this tower. High potions and mainly just use the high potions if he spams Buster attack a lot and guy starts to get low. Could fight some bees in this cave for a chance at a bee rock drop, which would save time particularly at the northern lighthouse, but I'm... Oh. Stoic skeleton there. how much time you spend in Tan Bell Tower. It is a little refreshing just how short this cave is if you're just going straight for the Tarantula fight. Hopefully he does not paralyze Maxim. No one needs to really do now. Hey T-Brad, happy Sunday evening. The more music from this game and that's in the free enterprise harp selections, the better. Like I feel like this track gets overshadowed a lot by the Sinistral battle theme, and over time I've really come to view it as a peer to the Sinistral theme. It's really just as epic. Yeah, for the Savior is a good way to end a video game. First time Tia actually getting to do something offensive here. Oh, thanks, Cuddy. Appreciate it. Hopefully this kills. Might go for the full YOLO of not healing too early. Just the stronger made him survive it. Alright, so that was pretty slow. But my PB's Tarantula was even slower. Way too much hassling around with paralysis. Yeah, I guess anyone who doesn't follow me on Twitter, it's actually 10 years since I got Twitch partner. That was in early January of 2013. Pretty weird to think that it was that long ago. Certainly a different time, too, because being a partner did not automatically give you a subscriber button at that time, which is why I don't have one still, just because I've opted out of it, which I don't believe is something you can do anymore. You know what? I don't remember. No, it was Twitch as of early 2013. not for. I think that was like really late 2012 when they rebranded from just into Twitch. Hey, Ice Blue, thanks for the luck. You had yourself a nice weekend. Congrats on the Zelda run for PGDQ as well. Nothing new I'm doing in this run is I'm actually skipping buying some extra spells here. Some different strategies for the clowns that don't require Maxim having the flash spell. Hey Zemel, thanks for looking. I don't need the droplet spell because I already have Gale, which Pierre is weak against. Runs have been okay. This is attempt number 3. The first one died about the half-hour mark to a random encounter, a really bad random encounter, and then the second one died to the big catfish, the second boss. But this is faster than the first one that died at the half-hour mark, so that's good at least. For this no manipulation category, the early game is pretty brutal. You're really starving for money and resources. I was in Camus Tower. I got caught by a group of skeletons that killed Tia, and I literally just bought Regains, which are the entry-level revive item in this game. So if anybody dies before that, it's a problem. Yeah. I know that's why the community made the rule set for this no manipulation category, was just to make something more accessible to newer runners, because like a pretty big problem with manipulation is that the way it's currently routed, you can't safety save. That would, because part of the manipulation requires having no save files on your game. Yeah, they ran into some delays with processing the prize drawings and awards, but it is still happening. It's just unfortunately taking longer than we'd have hoped. But definitely appreciate patience. Yeah, somebody's FF2 PR race. Which I recently was able to watch in full thanks to getting fully caught up in Limit Break mods. Yeah, it was a really fun race. Yeah, that Willow run was a lot of fun too. Really, really nice energy and hype behind it. And group commentary too, about the run itself. Didn't have to reset that room because of the RNG with the enemy movements. Hey, Register, welcome. Spot to put. Let's reset the room actually with the pincer attack I'm in here. And this puzzle, which I've seen a lot of casual players struggle with, because even though these hint tiles, like in the upper left corner of this room, are pretty good at telling you how the puzzles work, the ones for this one unfortunately don't really tell you that lining up the colored blocks diagonally counts. Ooh, well, I always approve of Star Tropics 2 being played. It's a pretty underrated NES game. Largely thanks to just how late it was. Like, I believe it was the last ever released NES game that was only on the NES, because I know the last NES game, period, was Wario's Woods, but it was also released on the Super Nintendo. Yeah, I've toyed with the idea of at least casually learning the Star Tropics 1 run a few times, just because I love that game. Pretty cool run with cool tech and stuff. Yeah, big agree, Rotor Storm. It was definitely a good inspiration for me as well when I was first getting into speedrunning. So instead of Maxim casting Flash, I'm actually just going to have him do Battle Lust on Guy instead, and for the rest of the fight. Give me a 3-turn kill. Yeah, breaks are always good. I I credit that in very large part to why I've been able to do speedrunning for well, almost 12 years now. Total is just kind of ramping up and down the amount of time I put into it on a regular basis, just so that I'm never really kind of forcing it if I'm not feeling up to it. Yeah, I'll probably play them when they come out on PlayStation. I was not able to get a pre-order for the physical disc, though, which annoys me. I always prefer getting games physically as much as possible. Probably could have done a Glacial Blast in this turn, actually. I think I just really need to pay better attention to is, if an opportunity presents itself for Maxim to do its second Glacial Blast. I'll be curing poison when I die to Gades in the next dungeon. That's the main reason why I just don't bother curing it, is because you have a take an intentional death to the first fight with Gades at Gordovon Tower, and then that wipes out any status conditions that you have. If it was something that was a long-term issue, I'd just get antidotes or go to a church and fix it at some point after Tarantula, because the text from making poison damage does cost a little time here and there. But it only ends up being like it's just basically just the clowns are the only required fights in between Tarantula and Gades 1. So under most circumstances, it's not worth going out of your way to actually cure the poison. Also why I'm not healing here, even though I've taken some damage, just because I want to... in particular, I want Guy to not be at full health, so that he... ideally, I can get wiped by Gades in one turn. Hey, Scrat, welcome. Well, my favorite Bravely Default game is Octopath Traveler, which I basically consider a Bravely game. Two things I really appreciated with that game are that you naturally accumulate BP without having to defend, and you're limited in how many copies of each job you can have at once, which I think balances the battle system a lot better. And yes, I am very much looking forward to Octopath Traveler 2 next month. Yeah, I think that makes it more interesting. And again, the fact that you naturally accumulate BP just throughout fights instead of having to defend and kill turns, I think makes the combat more interesting. I guess another lesser thing too is the fact that the game doesn't let you go into debt on BP like it does in the Bravely Default and Bravely Second games. Like the fact that you can go into debt for BP, I feel it gives you no incentive at all to conserve BP in random encounters. You just take 4 turns and then mop the floor with the enemies, and that's it. So if the first run hadn't died in Tanbell Tower, this is where I'd actually save some time by not having to make a detour to pick up the Eagle Rock. Yeah, because I already had it. I still had a lot of fun with Bravely Default 2. I just thought that Octopath Traveler had a better battle system. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I feel like that's a trap that job-based RPGs can pretty easily fall into, is having characters that are all completely the same except for how you choose to make them different. Like, it's another thing I like about Octopath is that all 8 characters have a base job that you cannot change. You get to choose their secondary job, but you're also limited in that you can only have 1 copy of each secondary job in play at a time. I think those limitations make the game a lot more interesting than if you were just totally free to do whatever you wanted with the jobs. Get a better manip for that scorpion to get it. The scorpions just always move perpendicular to you. Manipulate. This is our first encounter with Gades, one of the Sinistrals. It is possible to win this fight, but not at the levels I'm at. I just try to die as quickly as possible, which requires some getting lucky with Gades using Destructo Wave instead of punching. He can drag out the fight a bit if he punches characters. If you do actually beat Gades here, the story still continues the same way, but you get a Gades blade, which is one of the strong sword out of it. You can also get the Gades blade in the Ancient Cave too, which is how I got the one in my casual file. There's a meme speedrun category for this game that involves defeating Gordovan Gades from a fresh file too. Well, I guess it's technically retry mode. This game is equivalent to New Game Plus. I mean, it's New Game Plus, and that you have to have beaten the game to unlock it, but instead doing so makes you get quadruple experience and gold per fight. For Lufia 1, I think the main mean, Lufia 1 has never really had a ton of speedrunners, but I know most people that have run it do retry mode just because it's effectively the same run as normal mode. It's just less grinding. For this game, I've never actually seen a retry mode full game run because I'm assuming it would probably just be the same run, only a lot easier. So, I know people have, like Cruel, I know has done retry mode any percent runs. I should probably watch one of those at some point just out of curiosity to see how it's different from the new game run. Because again, the main difference is that you level up 4 times as fast and get more money. I will say I did really enjoy the soundtrack to Bravely Default 2. Like, I really liked how the different tiers of Asterisk users had their own little themes. Oh, thanks. Oh, cool, Speedrun fan. Good to know. It's a real shame, though, that Guy can't equip the Cold Rapier, though. If he could, that could be a nice alternative to the Flying Axe. I didn't get the extra items after Regal Goblin. Like having that for safety for the Ancient Tower in case I have to do a lot of healing and Maxim runs out of magic. If I don't use it there, it could be useful for a segment of the run where Salon's MP is a little tight. Using a high magic would be faster than staying at an end. Tagged by the other goblin, that's fine. Yeah, oh yeah, like I was watching somebody do a casual play of this last year sometime, and their Tarantula fight took like 30 to 40 minutes because of no fire dagger. It is a really rough fight. Because without the fire dagger, you're just not really doing meaningful damage with anything else you'd have by that point. Like if there were any like really good alternatives for doing a lot of damage to Tarantula, we probably wouldn't bother getting the fire dagger in the speedrun just because it does cost about 2.5 minutes. But because there isn't, we end up doing it. Getting the Pearl Brace is a nice plus from that too, just because we use that all throughout the run, primarily to get paralysis immunity, mostly for Salon. But it also does fire resistance too, which also helps out in a few fights. The Insect Crush is effective against bugs, but I guess just the lower attack power makes it so that it just wouldn't really do meaningful damage even with exploiting that weakness because of just kind of how outdated it is by that point as far as just the base attack power. And another nice thing about the Fire Dagger is its IP ability, which has the same Fire Elemental property, because the Insect Crush IP ability is Bomb Attack, which is just, I think it's just a neutral AoE attack, so it wouldn't really exploit any weaknesses in the Tarantula. And it wouldn't really do much bonus damage, too, because the main thing you get out of it is being AoE instead of being stronger. This desert is a place I really try to avoid overworld encounters because you can get encounter with will-o-wisps that cast the flash spell. Not dangerous, but it's very, very slow if you get 4 of them and they all cast flash. Glitch there with setting it off an extra bomb. Let me move while the bridge is still moving. Yeah, that's what I figured, even though I hadn't tried it myself. I mean, yeah, its attack power is kind of low enough at that point that even if you're exploiting the double damage against insects, it's not really going to matter that you're going to do much against Tarantula's defense. Maxim. In character, I really don't want to die here, though, Salon. But Maxim dying kind of sucks, too, just because then I don't have IP for Gades. So I get... Well, I mean, I am gonna... there are required fights in the next tower, though, so hopefully I'll get some IP back from those. Yeah, I messed around a little bit with giving the Ice Ring to Artie and having him cast Ice Vault, which he starts with, but that did feel like it was overall less damage per turn than using Dive with the Eagle Rock plus either physical attacks or Dragon Teeth. The fact that he's faster than the dragon helps too, as far as being able to heal reactively instead of proactively in a lot of situations. Some experimenting with buying the Ice Valk spell for Salon. But that didn't really feel like it kind of helped enough to justify having to do extra shopping to afford it. If I do end up skipping the Flying Axe, it's probably mostly just going to be using Dragon Teeth with Guy and just kind of hoping that the RNG I get from what the dragon does makes it so that I wouldn't have benefited that much from having the Flying Axe, and the benefit is the Deadly Smash IP attack. Just the melee attack is basically the same damage as a Dragon Teeth. I recruited the chairman of the board, Dakar. Best character in the game, hands down. Combat and story reasons. The reason why Maxim's IP is so important here is just because he's my healer for this dungeon, and then specifically for the boss fight with Gades, the only real means of healing I have that can keep up with what Gades can dish out is using the IP ability from the Mind Ring, which is stronger, the second tier healing spell. Well, those were fast because I killed all the enemies before any of them attacked, but that did not give me IP. Another combat room later on. Assuming I'm still having IP issues, definitely grab the safety miracle. Well, that helps. Just I didn't really want to get that encounter. Stop the walking pattern. Put it. Played that really, really safe. Okay, it should be fine now. Oh yeah, definitely fine now. Something I did not know playing casually that I've come to appreciate about the game too is that certain story events where your characters get angry also max out their IP bar. Like when Artie's mother dies later on, he gets full IP out of that. And all your characters get a full IP when Deus destroys the town of Shade. One thing that does not give you IP that feels like it should though is Camus when he kidnaps Guy's sister. You would think that would make Guy get angry, but it doesn't. Yeah, definitely Zemo. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why you get full IP for each of the final Sinistral fights, too, that you're just really angry and determined to save the world. Hey, Monocle, welcome in. Hope a nice weekend. Hey, have a good one, Roadstar. Thanks for stopping by. Keep forgetting this room. Yes. I mean the desperation attacks, FF6, which are kind of the series' first equivalent of limit breaks, are I consider to be just Easter eggs more than like a real combat option. Hey! Perfect. Extremely lucky. That skeleton can decide to waste a lot of my time if it doesn't want to step on the door. And I remembered, because this would be a pretty short death if I forgot to do that. Primarily because Dakar would not really be doing much damage to Gades without the end up. No, he's big. He's a god, so he's big. I mean, his field sprite is significantly bigger than you are too, which is why I view it that he is actually big instead of. I should have just preemptively done a regain on Guy. We're getting a 133 Gades. Bang a little bit for not getting the miracle. Help too. Oh god, really losing that much time though. That tells me that would have been a nice goal if it had been a fast fight. Yeah, he did really the main thing that makes that fight slow or potentially fail is just spam his single target attacks until he wears me down. The fact that he didn't use Destructo Wave basically ever meant that I wasn't getting IP with Maxim to use stronger. Yeah, I mean, I do have some logic behind it, just because Maxim always needs healing. Basically, he's the weakest of the three, and then Dakar is tankier than Guy is. So if Dakar doesn't specifically need to be healed, I'll just heal Maxim and Guy. It's because Maxim's not a good enough mage that it can heal all three of them and have it actually top them off. In order for Maxim to top himself off, if he gets a single target attack to the face, I have to only do a two-way heal instead of three-way. It could have been a kind of a best pace ever if I'd have gotten clean Gatey's fight, because that probably would have been maybe like a mid to high 133, but oh well. Plenty of game to go. Being ahead at this point is nice too, just because I do have a pretty large time save potential on Venge Ghost. Like in my last run, I saved 2.5 minutes there. But getting both a clean run through the Shrine of Vengeance and then a one-turn kill on Venge Ghost. That's not for like an hour and a half or so. But yeah, just in general, one thing I'm just really coming to appreciate about this is a speedrun is just how the tools the game gives you make a lot of the boss fights pretty different as far as what strategies you use and like what luck factors matter and stuff like that. Like that second fight with Gades is unlike any other in the run as far as having to make a lot of kind of risk-reward decisions about who to heal and when. And because your only healer is not a very good healer, that's a problem you have to deal with too. Because like if you actually had Salon for that fight, it would be really, really, really different in mostly good ways. I think probably the main reason I didn't really lose that much time on that split was because of the monster race puzzle room giving me perfect luck. I could lose like upwards of a minute on that room if I get really, really, really terrible luck with the monsters do for movement. Well, one thing, I guess a nice thing too, even if I do not end up PBing in this run, I'm almost certain that I only gotten my sum of best below 4 hours. So I know as of the last time I checked, it was like 4 hours and 4 seconds. I think I've definitely gotten at least 5 seconds worth of gold so far. Theme music for the world's most difficult trick. I always found it a little interesting, though, that they chose to have all these unique tracks for the marriage cutscenes, and they don't have a unique final boss theme. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think it's quite as skewed in this game as in a lot of other RPGs, where kind of a sum of best just represents a purely impossible run, but just kind of the main thing that skews it is when you use IP. At least for me right now, I don't think that's really skewing it by a very large amount too, like probably just by like some single-digit number of minutes. Yeah, the fact that Maxim wasn't even in the room when his wife was giving birth was, I guess, maybe that was something more common when this game was made. Just in my country, that's not really true anymore, though, in the real world. As usual, still haven't actually put any work into trying to know how to optimize that. Hey Art, thanks for luck. Hope you're doing alright. yeah, but as far as like some of best that don't really mean much, and I know of the runs I've done, I think the one that's the biggest thing for is Final Fantasy IV, just because of how the encounter manipulation step routing works in that game. There's going to be a lot of differences from run to run as far as how many random encounters you get in each segment. And your golds are just going to be from runs you did that had seeds where you had a low number of encounters in that segment, but that after doing enough runs, it's going to represent a theoretical run where you got a lot fewer encounters than you ever would in a real run. Getting fights here is very dangerous too, because one can go down to 2 hits. Salon losing her IP is very dangerous for Eldura. At least very slow, potentially. Yeah, well, yeah, I've seen River's been getting a lot of Seed 43 runs lately. I mean, if you're really, really, really good, especially at your text mashing during the intro, you can set up getting Seed 43 off of the soft reset. I know Roth was actually pretty good at getting soft reset Seed 43. That's why we called him the Roth with the W, and the W and the R capitalized after all. Why having IP on Salon is really good. We'll one-shot these goons. These goons you do not want to get turns. They can one-shot Salon from max health if you actually get a turn. Let's see Maxim get beat up a little now so he gets IP. It's about 55, so we should be at risk of it going down to a punch. Not a terribly fast Idura fight, but at least I got through it. I haven't been running this game that long in the grand scheme of things, but I've still had a lot of trouble with that boss as far as Salon dying. Final Fantasy IV is on my short list for what to do next after this game. I have to revisit something instead of game. Love is my sword. Best lines in the game. Or actually, it's the line after that. I would stay away from thoughts like that. It only really makes sense in context. Oh yeah, I do need to really need to swap there because I'm getting the fire arrow pretty soon, but yeah, I kinda need to stun enemies in that screen. Look there. Fish and hookshot puzzle room. Playing Zelda. Better minute. didn't get 6 for 6 on that guy. Lion paralysis procs. Been nicer if I'd have paralyzed both of them and they'd stayed that way, but I'll take that. Actually, no, I can't do that right after the fight, actually. Now, it's a little more optimal to do it during one of my menu cancels on my way to the next dungeon. Apparently, whatever Guy and Dakar are doing at the local tavern while I'm just sleeping for 2 days straight doesn't count as sleeping as far as them getting healed. Go check out the ancient cave. more specifically the item shop in Newburgh. I really wish it worked out that doing that routing there would let you skip this cutscene. You have to do some kind of clever movement with the ship in order to be able to get out of this town without triggering this cutscene. But sadly, if you do, then Idura is not going to be in the next tower. Silly mistake to make, given that there's RNG at all with the flaming chickens movements. Skip that puzzle. Two failed encounter skips here, and they were both pretty silly ones as far as enemies that aren't really that hard to avoid. Second one, I just kind of spaced out and walked into it. Went in the door. Main thing we do not want to see is call companions. Thing we don't want to see is him to wake up. One second gold despite 2 encounters. By PB, assuming it had less encounters, gotta call companions by Odura. Happy with this pace. But meaningful time save potential on Venge Ghost later on. All this pretty comfy sub 410 pace right now. Yeah, of course, barring some kind of blow up. Mode achieved. Gargoyle. Burn a turn now to kill that unit. Megamod, thank you very much for the raid, good sir. The Secret of Mana randomizer was fun. For a portion of that. Yeah, thank you, thanks for the raid as well. Welcome in everybody from Yagamoth stream, I'm Coexel. I mostly do speedruns of classic RPGs. The Lufia II main story mode speedrun today. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. I saw that, among other things, that Mantis Ant is a little interesting of a fight if you're fighting with a full party instead of just the boy. Oh, it was? Oh, which song was it? I think I vaguely remember seeing El Magus do Secret of Mana randomizer once, and he was doing the Sinistral battle theme for the Mana Beast. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Alright, cool. Well, it's hard to go wrong with that. Past the halfway. Oops, I must forget to do. That would have been bad. Not like run-endingly bad, but bad. We'll past the halfway point of the run and on a pretty solid pace for my skill level at this game right now. My goal is under 4 hours and 10 minutes. And I have about 2.5 minutes to save on single split and about 40-50 minutes or so, already being about 3 minutes ahead even before that point's pretty good. Hasn't seen this run before. You can avoid encounters on the overworld by opening the menu periodically. Every time the game loads the overworld map, you have a guaranteed 4 steps before you have any chance at all of getting into an encounter. Depending on where I am, I'll usually go longer than that in between menus. A situation where getting an encounter would be a very real chance of the game over, which there are a couple. This area right here is kind of rough too, just because there's lions that you can get in the overworld, which snipe and kill people if you actually they decide to. Alexis Shaya, our next party member, resident science nerd. So when we stepped on the tile to refill our magic before the final fight with Idura, that's starting a segment of the run where I have to do a lot of casting of the warp and escape spells to fast travel. And it's gonna be a little bit before I actually get a convenient way to recover MP. So it's between now and when I get to the next MP tile in Dankirk North Cave. Trying to avoid using magic with Salon for healing, and have Maxim take care of it instead. It's also where we learned that Squaresoft ripped off the concept of Aerith from this game, which came out to Japan. Even though Square Enix owns the Lufia franchise now, they did not when this game came out. Kind of. I mean, Final Fantasy VI had desperation attacks, which are kind of the precursor to limit breaks in FF7, and that FF6 came out earlier than this game by a year. But the IP system in this game is way, way better than the desperation system in FF6. I want to be pretty conservative with my menu cancels here, just because there's lions in this part of the overworld that can build characters. Like that. Fortunately, they didn't kill Salon. If Salon dies here, that's a problem for the next boss. Like a fatal problem, but it'll make it slower. Tengu. Well, decided to just go for it instead of resetting the room, because the enemies space themselves out kind of nicely, but that was still certainly been far worse though. Third and final boss that's susceptible to this sleep lock strategy. Pay attention to the idle wiggling movement of Rogue Flower too, just to be able to tell when it wakes up. If it's bobbing straight up and down like that, it's asleep. If it's also moving left or right, then it's awake. Hey! Gold, despite not the greatest burn sword room. I mean, even though I got a lot of fights in the burn sword room, I didn't take a lot of damage. Extra healing. the right triggers to hit before go to the next dungeon. Next dungeon is, I believe, the longest dungeon in the game as far as how much of it is required in order to get to the boss, too. I think Shrine of Vengeance may be a bit longer, but a lot of it is also optional. It's a fake healing by the, or fake in, by the way, even though you hear the in jingle, this actually heal. End up be a bit disappointed that shooting an enemy with a flaming arrow doesn't really have any special properties over a regular arrow, like actually causing damage to them if you fight. Not that such a thing would be like realistically possible for a SNES game, but here to dream though. Yeah, it could be a free light source, potentially. Arrows here, I think. Do that though. Yeah, it's an interesting choice of position. So next to having a natural AoE weapon plus the undead ring, which imparts the holy element. Lexus is now going to be a force to be reckoned with against these battle enemies I have to fight. Now I actually have MP back, so I don't need to be as conservative with Salon's MP anymore. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, in most RPGs, 100% is arbitrarily defined, but as far as community 100% rule sets for an RPG, Baten Kato's, I think, definitely takes the cake. Well, I'll defer to anybody that's familiar with the game. I know absolutely nothing about Baten Kato's other than the 100% speedrun that takes 2 weeks and that Motoi Sakuraba did the soundtrack. Well, there's a reason. The thing about the Baten Kato's 100% speedrun is that you are not actually playing the game for 2 weeks straight. One of the requirements for 100% is some item called the shampoo, which requires 2 weeks of in-game time to turn into something else. So a very, very large amount of the speedrun is just leaving the console powered on while you sleep or do other things. Hey, Mr. Vercetti, welcome in. Glad to have you aboard. Yet, at least. It's just a warm-up for ninjas that are in the next dungeon, though, and are much... AMPK, welcome in. Yeah, that's probably because of what's called the level 0 glitch, which is in the US version of this game, where you just do certain menu inputs when you're on the sound option in the options menu, and then that lets you do arbitrary code execution and stuff like that. Still about a minute and a half off of a good time through for that segment, though. I do work. I mean, this is also the longest dungeon in the run, so I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. But Volta's gold for soldiers is like the low 12-minute. Probably just grind out practice runs through that dungeon to try to get my time down more. It was like it was a little under 14, I think, for that split. Yeah, co-playing, it's really unfortunate that this game is, or this franchise is pretty dead at this point. Like, something that I think would be incredible would be if this game got a pixel remaster, kind of like the older Final Fantasies recently did, but that feels extraordinarily unlikely, but dare to dream. I do have a soft spot for Lufia 1 as well, even though it hasn't aged anywhere near as well as this game. To be honest, I like the story in Lufia 1 better than in this game. Even though the game has a lot less cutscenes and stuff, it's like the cutscenes that they have. Yeah, that is true, Spader. My jaw hit the ground when I heard that not only was there going to be a remake of Live Alive, but that it was going to get a worldwide release. I mean, the series that I kind of feel like is the closest thing to a spiritual successor to Lufia is Wild Arms, as far well, for Lufia II specifically, as far as kind of combining traditional RPG with puzzle solving. Okay, well, that's good to know. Yeah, if the last hour and a half or so of this run is really, really good, could potentially be looking at around like a 4:05 or so, I think. Based on that. Oh yeah. Really, all of Quintet's games in the Super Nintendo, I would absolutely love to see. Not even like a really pixel remaster, but just like a modern port collection where they retranslate the games to actually make sense and fix glitches and stuff, but otherwise leave them with second how to deal with. I think it's left actually, or right instead of left. Yeah, those are ninjas, which can game over you if you fail the encounter skip and get bad luck with what they do to you. I know some of the original developers of Terranigma have expressed interest in doing like a modern port and or remake of the game. I remember signing a change petition to supported that a year and a half ago. Fun glitch in this room. think the jury is out if doing that actually saves time by itself, but it absolutely does if you want to get the Bestow Jewel. Yeah, Voltas, yeah, I would like Soul Blazer getting a remake in the style of Actraiser Renaissance would be pretty sick. Gaia and Terranigma too. And I'd be happy just any kind of modern way to play Quintet's games on modern technology would be a-okay with me, even if it's just ports of the original games with like retranslations and minor quality of life stuff. Actraiser is by far their best known game, thanks to being a launch game for the Super Nintendo. Surprised I didn't save more time than that, given that I'm pretty sure my PB made a burp in this segment where I talked to the king before going to the tower instead of after a little time. I played the Actraiser remake, I think last summer or so. It certainly had some flaws, but I enjoyed it as a whole. And I really liked that Yuzo Koshiro did the soundtrack for it, just like with the original game. I really liked some of the new music he wrote for the additional town themes and the remaster and stuff like that. Game Boy Lufia game, or yeah, I know Deln used to run that. DELN used to run that like the better part of a decade ago. I don't know if really anybody else has since then. I've only played the two Lufia games on Super Nintendo, so I don't really know that much about Lufia 3 or the GBA game called Ruins of Lore. I know I've heard El Magus say that he thinks Lufia 3 was a game that was a little too ambitious for being on the Game Boy instead of on some kind of console. I think that's really the main thing that kind of held it back from greatness was technical limitations of the Game Boy game. Yeah, I still need to play some of those Romancing Saga remakes. Good. So far, the only Saga game I've played that doesn't have the word Final Fantasy Legend in the title is Saga Frontier. I was very glad I waited to play that until the HD remaster came out, though. Just how much awesome quality of life stuff that has. Yeah, it was a really solid remaster as far as keeping really everything about the original game that it needed to, and just modernizing stuff that either was just incomplete about the original game for various reasons, or that hasn't aged well. Yeah, I mean, I had fun with the Chrono Cross remaster just because I hadn't played the game in like a decade or more. I was certainly hoping for more as far as as far as first of all the game just not having like really major frame rate issues for just being a PS1 game being emulated on the PS4, which is how it... Hey, Dr. Swellman, thank you. Appreciate it. You find it kind of ironic too that 10 years later, very, very, very little has changed about what I do. Like I don't think my stream layout has changed in any meaningful way in 10 years. Yeah, exactly. Like the last time I remember making a significant change to my stream layout was when I started using camera, which was well, that was over 10 years ago. Comfy is the main thing I really try to go for, so it's noticed. Hey Tipo, thank you. This is an extremely short dungeon, but it has a very nasty boss. It's 4 gargoyles who I'm going to be throwing terror balls at, which have a 50-50 chance to kill them. Hopefully... That wasn't an oops, just targeting the back one. Ooh, very good start. What I really, really want to see is one, preferably 2 of them dying before they attack. All 4 of them get attacks, they can kill people if they focus them down. Nice, alright. No, my PB didn't die to the gargoyles, but it had very, very bad luck with the terror balls. I think I literally used my last one to kill the 4th gargoyle. Stream layouts too. I'm also trying to remember when I switched from Landfair to LiveSplit. I think that might have actually been 2013, so 13 or 14. They started with WSplit just like everybody else, then switched to Landfair after it was after WSplit stopped getting updated, and then eventually switched to LiveSplit after Landfair stopped getting updated. Yeah, I know there's still holdouts that still use WSplit. The main consistency I've noticed too is that all of them get upset if it's ever questioned why they still use WSplit too, rather than giving a positive reason for preferring it. It's more, the attitude is more, I'm doing this and you can't stop me. Karen is Artea's mother. Probably could have made it up the stairs, but it wasn't. Well, it's the Castlevania 4 room with the torches lighting as you walk past. Yeah, I mean that's pretty consistent, I think, in fantasy lore that involves elves. That the defining features of elves is that they live longer than humans by a fair bit. When I used to play Dungeons and Dragons with high school friends long ago, I remember when rolling up new characters that were elves, using a totally different scale for age as far as starting age for a character. The fact that Guy is still alive in Lufia 1 is pretty incredible too, given that the main story in Lufia 1 is 99 years after the end of this game. So even if Guy was a teenager at this point, that would still put him at over 100. Time here, I think just because of some slow oops. Hey, the Owl's Nest official, it's a raid. Hope your stream went well. Alright, so this next split I have 2.5 minutes or more to save on if it goes very well. My PB before this one had 3 minutes to save on it, and then now I've got, well, I guess probably more like 3.5 minutes to save, and now I have 2.5 minutes to save. But if the dungeon and the boss fight both go well. Hard to have one without the other too, because if I have problems in the dungeon, that usually results in IP to deaths to random encounters, and I need decent IP, in particular on Salon, in order to have a fast bench ghost fight. With that little bit of somewhat potentially nasty RNG with teleporting wizard patterns in this place. Lock the door. That wizard right there cost me 3 minutes in my previous PB. Because he caught me like 3 times, then killed several characters across the encounters. Scariest mandatory non-boss fight in this run. Probably Shadows. We have a couple potentially unavoidable fights with, and Kirk North Cave, just because they have an instant death ability. It's not super likely to actually kill characters, but certainly a scary animation to sit through. Hey, all is nice official. Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream was a good one. Careful. That wizard caught me in my current PB and cost me about 2 minutes. Thanks for luck as well. At a pretty solid pace right now. Safety saved that badly. Hey LCC, the energy. What we do not want is Salon to die, which can happen if it uses Thunder. Like this, maybe? I forget how dangerous this attack is. Oh, okay, we're good. It should be a 1-turn kill and daytime save. Yeah. Despite that being generally a fairly free boss fight, you do have to enter the fight with enough IP to be able to kill it quickly. If you have characters die to random encounters on the way, then have problems. I believe record is 3:59 right now. This is absolutely not on pace for sub 4 hours, but on pace for a very nice improvement, probably around 4:05 or so. Hey, Gumshoe, doing pretty good. Hey, the DBM, welcome in. Hopping into this. This brief segment of the run is basically tagging towns that I'll need to go to later for story reasons, but just tagging them to add them to my warp locations, but then also to buy stuff at the shops that I'll need, either near term or long term. That sword I just bought is going to be Maxim's weapon for the rest of the game. I think there's this thing called the dual blade that we need, but nah. The silver sword. Well, I'll be getting a Hydora rock for free in Dragon Mountain. Hydora being this game's attempt to translate Hydra. Room, the mosh pit, and these sprites anyway. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna die, but that's not cool. So let's see who died. Salon and Maxim. I think the main person that losing IP would be a problem would be Guy for the Fire Dragon fight. And, oh yeah, and then also, I guess Salon losing hers is also gonna kind of suck for Fire Dragon. And I can't use Weapon Weak right away to prevent it from one-shotting with its bite attack. So I guess how impactful that's gonna be is gonna just depend on RNG as far as what Fire Dragon does. Really hoping both of them wouldn't cast Thunder. I have no clue what the odds are, but it doesn't really feel like they're massively high for Thunder. Maxim Salon getting some back helps. I need like 60% or so IP to do Weapon Weak. Could get that from one major attack from Fire Dragon, I think. Sloppy, big up. A pretty clean second mosh pit room though, so probably gain a little time here. Definitely not gold pace though. So as long as Artie's in the front row and does of Dragon Tooth, this fight is completely safe. The dragons always do stronger when they get to low health, and then another Dragon Tooth will kill them. They actually get turns though, that's unfortunate. They have an AoE Blizzard attack they can use. Hey Nacho, thank you. Yeah, this is pretty rockin' pace right now. I know even though my Fire Dragon split is a gold, I know it's an improvable gold. And the fact that I don't have good IP going into the Fire Dragon fight itself isn't really great, but still potential depending on what kind of luck I get dealt. Hey, Gregory, evening, sir. Pretty dangerous overworld walk here, so cancels. One of my early runs died from full health to an overworld encounter there. I had another run that died from full health to a counter skip that I failed in this time. love that sprite. Alright, well, I guess I can do Weapon Week on the dragon now. That should be enough IP for it. I think Shadow Killer has a nice Twitch emote of that bird sprite too. There we go, thank you, sir. Mini mosh pit room there. What I consider to be the hardest puzzle in the game. Be confused with the world's most difficult trick, which is also in this dungeon. What I consider the hardest puzzle in the game is the growing plants puzzle. Oops. So unbelievably unforgiving of mistakes. Like I would venture to guess that's actually impossible if you don't know about using the oops. Know about using the R button to change directions without moving. Which the game tells you about in the tutorials at the start, but there are very few required uses of that mechanic. I think this battle theme is very underrated, I think, because it gets overshadowed a lot by the Sinistral battle theme, and I think it's just as good. kills, actually. Alright, good. That's good. I'm sure that could get to sub 7 minutes with better execution, but I will take it. Yeah, Ammon was a jerk. both fights. I remember Ammon being a jerk last weekend. No, you're not bad luck, Pyro Hedge. Getting the early Eagle Rock drop in the Catfish Cave is bad luck. Both runs where I've gotten that have died horribly in the early game, so early Catfish Jewel is cursed. If I get the Catfish Jewel, I throw it away. The community rules for the no manipulation category ban use of drops from bosses, so you either have to throw it away or just pretend that it doesn't exist. If I get either the Catfish or the Camu Jewels, I'll just throw them away in the next menu afterwards before doing anything else. The reason why that's in the no manipulation rule set is to prevent kind of being effectively required to reset until you lock into getting rare drops early in the game. That rule only applies to drops from bosses. Drops from regular encounters are A-OK, just because those could be farmed too. I think that's the front row ghost, so I do lose a bit of damage here. Pretty kill. Back row ghost. Yeah, exactly, LCC. Yeah, if you're willing to go to that length to get the Catfish Jewel, you should just manipulate it and get it every run. Slightly late split too, that was a very nice ghost ship fight. Yeah, it's exactly what an underwater theme in an RPG should be. Very, very, very soothing. Yeah, I recently rewatched Feral Pigman's Limit Break run of this from 2015. That was just an interesting watch, because that was before it was discovered that you could reseed your RNG mid-run by stepping on save points. Like, he got off his up, like, literally one screen before the catfish and had to start over. Yeah, and yet he still got like a 411 or so, despite restarting the run twice. One time, like 10 minutes in. The Shadow Bridge room. Hey, Skipsy, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Good one. We're in the home stretch of a Lufia II, no major glitches, no manipulation run, which is on pretty hot pace. Could potentially be looking at like a 405, 406 if the endgame goes well enough. The single biggest thing I remember about that run, though, was the ghost ship fight, just because he almost died. The ghost ship, because of just... Well, I think it was mostly just really poor luck with characters that had IP getting killed off before they could use it. I've been streaming earlier lately just because it's just worked out, and especially when I've been running this game, which has a sizable fan base in Europe, I've been wanting to try to stream earlier when I can. Oh yeah, like my last two PBs in a row have had problems with Venge Ghost, even though it's a theoretically free boss. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that I had to reset this twice because of dying twice. Well, Tia dying and then Maxim dying. Catfish after that. But yeah, I lost about 45 minutes or so before getting this run going. I mean, I'm really coming to enjoy the fact that starting earlier gives me more flexibility to reset runs with bad starts too, without doing so resulting in me going to bed at like 2 in the morning. Apostrophe 3Y Kingdom. Yeah, hopefully we can finish strong and smash my sub 410 goal that I have right now. We're more or less past like the really big choke points. Hope the commentary goes well. dragon teeth, maybe paranoid sometimes. Practice this dungeon a little bit more too, just because I'm sure there's more efficient ways to get past the golems. Assuming they probably only actually come after you if they see you. My goal right now is sub 410. Assuming this run is that, then evaluate. We'll make the new goal sub 4, or at least close. But I mean, realistically, it's just keep doing runs as long as I'm having fun with it. Pretty much am right now. I almost caught me. It's been a pretty long time since I've ever really kind of really pushed myself to get PBs to the point of it becoming like a really rough grind. Last couple of years I've been kind of more about just picking up games and then doing runs until I get a pretty respectable time and then moving on. I think for Legend of Mana, when I was running that last year in late 2020, my goals ended up being pretty much to get within 5 minutes of the record at every major category. And we get to headbutt a tank. So shoutouts to the sprite work here too, with both the eyes and the Burger King. When Feral Pigman used to run this, the word tank had an exclamation point at the end of it. Always made me think about the theme to Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, what Skipsy said. A good tank fight involves it spamming its machine gun attack, because then I just get a lot of IP and never in any danger of characters dying. Single target attacks is what we do not want to see. This fight is partially why I've been toying with the idea of buying the Valor spell for Salon or Maxim. Characters die, I don't have to use up Artie's turn to revive them. Well, that was not a good tank fight, but didn't really lose much to it at least. Well, I lost a lot of IP though. I was kind of hoping to at least keep Salon's IP for Gades 3, but not meant to be. Another strat I've been thinking about too is keeping the Pounder Rod that Artie starts with and giving that to Salon, just because that's another hard element weapon. Does a bit more damage than her Crystal Wand. That'd be all threes, yep. Hey, Patrick. Yeah, the past couple weeks it's worked out to get early restarts. Especially when I've been running this game, I've been wanting to try to start a bit earlier, just because I know this game is a sizable fan base in Europe. It's also nice to have a little bit of freedom to restart runs that have bad starts too. Like this is actually the third attempt of today. First run died in Tan Bell Tower to Tia getting bopped by a skeleton, and then second run Maxim died to the Catfish bus. Not really anytime soon. At this point I kind of feel like I've largely gotten what I wanted out of speedrunning FF6. I mean, all of my PBs are very improvable, but I think it's for luck than anything else, and I'd kind of rather spend time learning new games than grinding for better PBs at FF6 right now. But it's certainly possible that I'll return to it someday, though. Well, you can manipulate the fish, but manipulating the fish is also very hard. As far as games that I have a decent time at already and kind of want to improve at, though, Final Fantasy IV is on my short list, though. Maybe might do some FF4 runs later this year. Well, maybe someday. I mean, Dragon Quest is a series I love very much. I've never actually run any games from it. Yep, I did say FF4. I definitely have some very unfinished business with the No 64 run too, so maybe later this year I could get back to that. I've got a 309.13, I think it's my FF4 PB. I like recent remakes of older RPGs. Generally, yes. There's some that have major issues, but I guess just in general, I'm Always happy to see love for classic older games, even if the resultant package could have been better. Yeah, I've seen Rivers almost get sub 3, I think 3 times now, and something happened near the end of the run to kill it. He'll get it if he keeps at it, that's for sure. I don't think I really have any IP for this. Looking at saving time here. I could do one Berserker though. If I did run a Dragon Quest, though, I'm honestly not sure which game it would be. That's some bad. Alright, got some okay IP for Gammon now. Oh, this is gonna be a gold, actually. Yeah, if Dragon Warrior 4 was both a couple hours shorter and a lot less brutal of an RNG fest, I would absolutely have run it at some point, just because it's my favorite NES RPG of all time. Or if the DS version was easier to play without having to have a DS capture. DS version looks really, really sick as a speedrun, too. Primarily to get status protection. Oh, nice, yeah. I'm always really happy to hear love for the normal boss theme in this game, because I feel like it gets overshadowed a lot by the Sinistral boss theme, and I think they're just as good as each other. I know most of the Sinistrals are Zeroma sprites, too. No, it's random whether Gaia gets confused or not, which is why I'm gonna preemptively queue up a Shriek in case it happens. Oh yeah, having well, Iris Bus could also be the Iris items woman from the town, instead of actual Iris. Having a sprite of that woman surrounded by the Iris treasures, including the jelly. Oh yeah, I'm sure the Jelly Bus was one of the first, was in one of the very early sets of Z sprites. Oh yeah, Animals Mess is a really good one. I know that was a special one for when Free Enterprise was in AGDQ a couple years ago. Not get confused, but if Guy did get confused, that would be a problem. Yeah, I think we have Keishira to thank for Bookmas. Did Elmagus ever redeem his Z-Sprite for winning one of the Xenozone tournaments? I remember he was dragging his feet about that. Secrets, ooh. Survives this turn, Guy should kill him next turn. All these slow animations, though. He's got an attack called Galactic Lancer, which does the same thing with a much shorter animation, which is what we want to see. Some time build. With this helmet we get here, now our entire party can have confusion protection. Well, I know Deadeye from FF15 is in Free Enterprise. I forget what else from 15, like if Arden or what's his name, whatever Luna Freya's brother is in. Really shouldn't need to heal with that menu though, just because I'm getting storyline healed before going to Doom Island. Need too clear on how to optimally do particular fight. If you get a Gorgon Rock, it would be helpful. The odds of it are, but I doubt they're particularly high. Yeah, you could potentially get either an old sword or a Gorgon Rock from the required fights in these towers. Both of which would be somewhat helpful against the Sinistrals. I actually got an old sword last week. Then promptly lost time because of not really knowing what to do with it. Yeah, I looked up in the Ancient Cave FAQs, and the old sword is 2%. No, drops from these fights are allowed because they're regular encounters, and you could theoretically farm the drop if you wanted it that badly enough. The only thing that's banned in Nobanep is drops from bosses. Which, in particular, the Catfish Jewel and the Camus Jewel. It's the most difficult part I have trouble with the most. I would really say just a lot of the encounter skips and just optimized movement through dungeons is where I have the most time to save right now. And this game is kind of a lot like Chrono Trigger in that the movement is extremely technical and has a high skill ceiling to it. No, I didn't. I actually didn't even submit any games to GDQ this time. I'll probably submit this to Summer Games Done Quick just because I can, not because I have any expectations at all of it. How obscure it is and how it's not like as great for donation incentives as like Square SNES RPGs, but we'll give it a shot. Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I've got, absolutely nothing to lose, too. I mean, it's not like I'm only running this game to submit to marathons. I mean, I'm running it because I like it. Current fastest time, I believe, is a 3:59. I'm absolutely planning to submit this to RPG Limit Break next year, or this year now. It's got a better shot there. To be determined. We're still trying to get a hotel contract nailed down. So even staff doesn't actually know when Limit Break is going to be this year yet. We are targeting for late summer, though. Yeah, I'll most likely get P3 and P4 when they come out on PlayStation. Yeah, I think they announced SGDQ is going to be in a lot earlier than usual this year. I think like the last week of June. Or actually, no, the last week of May. Only choose one RPG to play the rest of my life. That would be a good question. This game wouldn't be that bad of a choice because of the Ancient Cave being a thing and that having just massive replay value. Alright. So I actually honestly don't remember how good my Sinistrals are in my PB. I don't think any of them was like really, really slow. Race Ancient Cave all characters versus story mode. That'd be a pretty funny. That's right. You said you did a run yourself earlier. Yeah, that's pretty intense. Split is really more about the last sealed tower than the actual Gades fight as far as fast or slow it is. Berserker. Kind of ruins my plans a little bit because I can't use his IP attack now because he didn't take any damage. That's the Rainmate Ammon can be a jerk though, is to just use single target attacks instead of AoEs. I don't know if he's gonna die this turn now. That. I might be able to kill him by having already used Holy Energy, but I don't want to risk it because I'd wipe if he survives and then does move. Yeah, oh yeah, he would have totally survived already. So lost a little to Ammon trolling. They blind up players. Invariance on this fight is if Salon survives this attack, because she's the only character that doesn't have death protection. That is. Oh, nice, Blind Empire. Hope you're enjoying the one of the most gorgeous looking and sounding RPGs ever made. Valor instead of champion here, just because the champion isn't quite enough to top off Guy. Getting to Deus before the 4-hour mark, which is pretty high. Status attacks there. Well, that is kind of what Infinite Mystery does. It's really long strings. Oh, he's doing a triple M. I remember when Tonic organized a big triple M race. So yeah, because nothing bad happened from Chaos Wave, the rest of this fight is completely scripted now. They kind of fits in. You can do the ZX games on PC now or HD console, but that was not a thing when Triple M was first made. Alright. Yeah, I think I did need to heal Guy to get that kill without going through an extra turn. Alright, so that was the final boss, but we do have a little bit more to do before the run's over. There's some really, really hype music in particular. Yeah, this will be a really, really fat PB. Be about some kind of 405. I don't think what's happening. I have an ASCII pad, yes. Not using it now though, just using a regular SNES controller. Hey Alta, yes, it's almost like this is the prologue to the first game or something with a twist. I do wish there was a little more of a twist though, as far as like a Gargoyle fight, or at least a some kind of surprise final boss. You take what you can get. Something you didn't see in the first game was all four Sinistrals fused together, because the final boss of the first game is only 3 of them. You fight all 4 of them fused together, that'd be a step beyond. Well, if you want a better ending, I think you have to play the DS remake. Definitely talkable, or at least inoffensive music. There's a few things here and there that don't really like do much for me, but none of the music in this game I'd call bad. Some really hype bangers. No, I've never lost a run to this part. GG 405. Well, that is a nice improvement. Thanks to the GGs, everybody. Start the traditional recap after I'm done text mashing. Yeah, I think my previous PB was like a 4:01 in-game time or so, maybe. So that definitely tracks. Oh yeah, definitely give this a play, Orishnu. There's tons of stuff in this game that you don't see in a story mode speedrun too. Like there's a Pokemon system called Capsule Monsters. There's a huge randomized side quest called the Ancient Cave. There's a super boss called the Egg Dragon. Yeah, definitely feels good. Almost 8 minutes too. I was not expecting that big of an improvement. Well, well, not last PB, but the one before that was like a 10-minute improvement, and the one before that I thought was going to be my last 10-plus minute improvement. I like that combo animate, Zach. Yeah, Tipo, if I ever run this for a charity marathon, I'd offer to do some kind of incentive with the capsule monsters. Either to pick a capsule monster that I'd pick up and people could donate to name, or pick all of them up and do a rolling incentive over which one is in the party. Just depend on how much time the marathon organizers wanted to put into it. Alright, well, I guess we can start. So let's see. Start. The early game was okay. You're struggling to remember what exactly happened with the catfish. I think it's just that my previous PB had a pretty fast catfish fight, and this one wasn't like that fast, but it was still acceptable enough. I know for a Lund's basement, I mean, I'm still doing the level 8 Tia safety route for as in trying to just taking a couple extra fights into Lund's basement to get level 8 before Regal Goblin, and honestly at this point I'm probably going to keep doing that. I mean, I don't probably really need to give that up to have a shot at getting under 4 hours. I mean, skipping those fights would be under a minute saved, I think, and at the cost of making runs more likely to die to Regal Goblin. I know something I could do differently would be to sell the Witch Ring earlier so that I can afford more boomerangs, but I'm definitely liking this Gale strat I came up with to not need as many big boomerangs for Camu. And then that also making it so I can get away with only having Tia heal after Buster attacks if it's like a low to mid damage roll against Tia. Only 2 minutes behind yours from today. Oh, nice. That's pretty hype, actually. Let's see. So I golded Camu, even though I did take a safety save, but I also didn't get the power brace after Regal Goblin, which goes against the Camu segment to the tune of like 40 seconds. Hey, Rotorstorm, welcome back. Hope your stream went well. Oh yeah, for no reset runs going forward, I absolutely need to I'm gonna skip the safety save before Camu, just because if I die to Camu, there isn't really a whole lot of point in continuing if it's an actual PB attempt. But at least before questing for glory, I do want to finish a run every weekend over the next couple weeks. So, we'll keep doing some safety saves here and there, at least up through that point. Tarantula was not too good. I saved time on my previous against my previous PB, but that was I know I had a lot of paralysis hits and so there's certainly time to save on Tarantula if I get luckier. Kind of like my new clown strat of battle lusting Guy against Danielle 1 instead of using the flash spell with Maxim. Saves a little time on the attack animations and also gets me out of having to go buy spells in Clemento. Just something I always had a hard time remembering to do in the first place. So let's see. Verdivon Tower, I don't really remember very well, which probably means it went fine. I had pretty good luck on the battle room and the cave bridge. I know I got an extra fight after the required one, but I ran away, so it was no big deal. And I think Maxim died to the trolls, which could have been problematic for Gades, but he ended up taking damage in regular fights, so I got the IP back. But then Gades 2 was a huge troll and primarily did single target attacks, which is really the worst thing for that. So that's definitely a very improvable split. His Ancient Tower. see, Idura 1, I was not particularly fast, but at this point I'll just take any Idura 1 fight that I don't wipe to. Lions, I was decent. I know I paralyzed both of them, although one of them snapped out of it pretty fast, but then the second one stayed paralyzed the rest of the fight, so it's kind of really hard to complain too much about that. Tower of Sacrifice, I think I got a 1 second gold despite failing like 2 encounter skips, so it's slightly improvable. I really remember Carloon Shrine too well. Flower Mountain, I think, was just cleaner movement. I mean, the boss is free. I know Dankirk North Cave is a pretty improvable split. Like, I know my gold for soldiers is about a minute slower than Voltus's. And just how long that dungeon is, that's largely just movement and you skip execution more than anything else, so it's a segment I'm definitely going to need to grind out a bit to just get cleaner runs through the dungeon. But I mean, also to be fair, there's the big gatekeeper of the Shadow Bridge room in that dungeon. I mean, if you play well, that matters, but you can also just get kind of screwed by what the shadows on the bridge decide to do, or is getting through without fights. I think I had 2 Shadow Bridge fights in this run. Yeah, Skipsy. I mean, I'm very slowly getting desensitized a bit since I've learned to speedrun the game, but it's a powerful ending with Terranigma for sure. Alright, so then Northeast Tower, I don't really remember other than just messing up one of my ninja room rats a little bit, but I still got through it okay. Mountain of No Return, my previous PB had a lot of misses with terror balls against the gargoyles. I missed a couple times in this, but only maybe like 2 or 3 times, and I killed 2 of them before they attacked, which is really, really nice. Not really for speed, other than saving trivial amounts of time on the attack animations, but for safety, it's huge. Remember why I lost time on Divine Shrine? It was probably just taking longer to skip some of the fights. Finally got a relatively good Vengo split. Because I had like 2.5 minutes to save against my 413, and then for my 414 before that I had 3 to 3.5 minutes to save. I mean, a lot of issues in the recent runs with getting caught by teleporting wizards and losing a bunch of time. Let's see, for the White Dragon split, I had kind of a rough Bosch Pit room the first trip through. It's time to save there. Second trip was decent, but I think along with Dankirk North Cave, Tower of Truth is another dungeon I need to grind some practice on. Let's see, Fire Dragon segment. I think I failed the plant growing puzzle room once, so that's not really that big of a deal. Fire Dragon itself I had pretty good luck as far as it not killing anybody, because like it did a lot of like Incendiary and Firebird, which, I mean, even though the animations are slow, it means I get IP, so, and I'm not at no danger at all, so it's definitely still improvable, but probably not by a massive amount anymore as far as my Fire Dragon gold. The tank was kind of a troll. It mostly did Magic Gale Bullet and Piercer, the single target attacks that kill people and don't refill my IP, so it's definitely a split I can save time on. Like, just luckier on the tank. Easy, right? Yeah, and then my last half hour was really, really good as a whole. Like, I didn't have any costly fight encounters in the sealed towers. The only Sinistral I remember giving me some kind of the business a little bit was Ammon 2, because he killed Guy the punch instead of using a AoE. But yeah, a pretty strong endgame as a whole. The time I lost on Ammon 2 is pretty inconsequential compared to if like Deus puts somebody to sleep, or Aram killing Salon isn't really that costly because I do have a backup script if that happens where I have Guy res her instead of attacking. Yeah, so let's see. So this is the number of deaths for each character, as should always be the case. A nice 0 for Dakar. Only having a 1 for Tia and a 4 for Salon's a little surprising though. Squishy ones. 357 in game time. In-game time isn't used to time speedruns because it pauses when you're in menus, but I know runners like to compare their in-game time to their RTA time to see how fast their menus were. 43 escapes. I know a very, very clean run would have something in the teens. I had like a lot of fights in the Burn Sword room and the Flower Mountain. Although I know pretty much all of them I was able to run from without taking damage. And we get 0s for Ancient Cave stats because we didn't go there. But yes, nice. First 40x RTA sub 4 in game time. I'd call that a pretty successful evening.